It's to helping fund this tremendous shortfall in our infrastructure.
Thank you. I look forward to working with the board as well.
Director Mitchell.
I just wanted to thank Mike. It has been a pleasure working with you and being with the state the last 10 years even. I have watched how our relationship has evolved, and I know it has evolved with other agencies also, but I really feel like we are a partnership and we are an extension of each other's missions. And you exemplified the ability to work together. So I'm going to miss you. I'm also going to miss, like, every time I see you, I get to see a picture of your daughter or Weston Ayers or fishing or bragging about the North Platte and where he's been and or someplace in Texas. I don't know why you'd go down there, but I'm going to miss you, and I think we can still be friends in that way. So thank you, Mike, and I really appreciate that.
Thank you all for the kind words. And I just got to get out and do conduct more independently funded aquatic life surveys. That's the goal. Thank you.
It's a true service. Any additional comments? Director Hawkins.
Mike, I just have to thank you for the relationship that we've had over about the last 10 years working on issues in southwestern Colorado. So I just really appreciate your service, and I hope that some of those aquatic surveys happen in our headwaters.
Well, I need an invitation.
All right. Looks like we are at the end of our director's reports, and so we're at item 5, which is our Species Conservation Trust Fund update. Jojo.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Jojo Law, CWCB's Endangered Species Policy Specialist. This is agenda item number 5, Species Conservation Trust Fund, and this is a board action item. So today I'm here to provide you with our annual Species Conservation Trust Fund eligibility list recommendation. Each year in January, CWCB brings recommendations to the board for the Species Conservation eligibility list. This year's staff recommendation is that the board, 1, concur with the DNR Executive Director's proposed recommendations to the General Assembly to approve an expenditure of up to $4 million from the Species Conservation Trust Fund for fiscal year 2020-2021, including up to $2 million for the CWCB's priorities, and 2, to forward a statement of concurrence to the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission. So first, I want to provide a little bit of background on Species Conservation Trust Fund. This fund was set up over 20 years ago and provides funding to the CWCB and Colorado Parks and Wildlife for endangered, threatened, and candidate species. This fund is not only very innovative and proactive approach to recovery of species, but it's also unique because it's forward-thinking in that it also prevents future federal listings of candidate species. The General Assembly directed DNR to use those funds for cooperative agreements, recovery programs, and other programs and studies that help meet the obligations under the Endangered Species Act. And each year, DNR asks the CWCB to provide a list of its prioritized programs and projects to fund. And this year's CWCB's recommendations priorities are equally forward-thinking and directed primarily towards 2 programs that this board is very familiar with and are areas where there are important recovery needs that require support. So before I get into those programs, I wanted to provide a couple of key points about severance tax, but I would encourage the board to direct additional questions to Deputy Director Riss and Finance Chief Russell at the end of this presentation. In 2018, the General Assembly passed a House bill to help stabilize the severance tax operational fund program in anticipation of a very low severance tax year in fiscal year 2018 and 2019. So in short, the bill provided transfers from the general fund to allow DNR to move to an arrears distribution model. So instead of receiving 3 payments based off a forecast, the Species Conservation Trust Fund now receives a single distribution of actual funds. And this is really important. I can't express that importance because this board is very aware of the volatility of severance tax revenue, and this bill provided for more stability and certainty for CWCB to prioritize projects with an understanding that those funds will have more stability to be distributed. So for this year, fiscal year 2020 and 2021, based on the December 2019 revenue forecast, the operational fund is expected to accrue enough revenue to distribute $2.8 million to SCTF, which is approximately 55% of the maximum distribution authorized in the statute. However, the forecast notes that there is still significant uncertainty in the price of oil and gas and could result in either an increase or a decrease. So given this, CWCB staff proposes allocating $2 million of the SCTF funding to 2 programs, and should less money be available, staff recommends that the board authorize proportional reductions unless staff deems it necessary to reduce the amounts based off prioritization, need, or matching capacities of the programs. So this year, staff recommends funding for 2 programs over there on the left. For one, the Platte River Recovery Implementation Program at $1.9 million, and 2 for the Selenium Management Program at $100,000. Now, the Platte Recovery Program is identified as a high priority this year because 2020 commences the first year of the newly authorized 13-year program. And Colorado has committed to provide $24.9 million of the total $156 million cost of the program. So if you take that $24.9 million that Colorado has already committed to and divide that by 13, it roughly equates to about $1.9 million that we need to appropriate per year to meet Colorado's obligation. So to start with the Platte Recovery Program, and since I know it's breakfast time, this is the interior least tern. It's one of the 4 target species of the Platte Recovery Program. And we are so proud to announce that in October, the Fish and Wildlife Service published in the Federal Register its proposal to delist the species, skipping the threatened status completely. So you can see here, the terns typically lay 2 or 3 eggs. The egg in the back just hasn't hatched yet. And when the interior least tern was listed under the Endangered Species Act in 1985, there were fewer than 2,000 birds and only a few dozen nesting sites. Today, there are more than 18,000 interior least terns at more than 480 nesting sites in 18 different states, including our Platte program in Nebraska. And this is just one of the many successes of the program that we have accomplished this year. As I mentioned previously, 2019 marked the end of the first 13 years of the program. So CWCB, along with our partners, got to work on several action items to keep the program going for another 13 years. So in 2019, we were very busy. We completed NEPA compliance on the next 13 years of the program, and the Fish and Wildlife Service completed its programmatic biological opinion on the extension. A bill led by Colorado's Representative Neguse and Wyoming Senator Barrasso was passed by Congress and signed by the President in December of 2019 to reauthorize the fund for the program for another 13 years. And this bipartisan support was sponsored by all the members of the Colorado, Wyoming, and Nebraska delegation. And Congress received over 20 different support letters from water users, irrigation districts, water districts, and conservationists. And it also included a joint 3-state governor's letter. And our own Director Gibbs also provided written testimony. At the same time, Governor Polis joined the governors of Wyoming and Nebraska and Secretary Bernhardt to sign a cooperative agreement to reauthorize the program for another 13 years. So last year, we also appropriated $1.94 million from the Species Conservation Trust Fund to fund the first year of the program. And finally, for the first 13 years, the program provided Endangered Species Act compliance for a total of 148 Colorado water projects, and that's out of a total of 196 projects for the first 13 years. And I've handed out today a program biennial report that was recently published that memorializes the success, and I would encourage members of the board to check out page 36. And there's a short description that includes all of the benefits to Colorado and some neat pictures there as well. So now we are celebrating all of this hard work that was done in just one short year, so I thought I'd take this time and put these birds up on the screen because CWCB did not do this alone. Our leadership at DNR, CWCB, and CPW, including Director Gibbs, Amy Moyer, Director Mitchell, Deputy Director Riss, and Governor Polis and his office, all overwhelmingly supported this program in a countless number of ways. Director Prensla's staff also provided tremendous support through running the Tamarack project. Our Colorado Water Conservation Board Representative Donna Met also tirelessly pushed for this bill and this program to be a priority among all of the state's priority to our Colorado legislator and our delegates. Representative Neguse, who also carried the House bill, and all the congressional delegates who didn't even have to think twice about signing on as original co-sponsors of the bill. And we'd also like to thank all of the Colorado water users who make this program run, including Northern Water, and Mr. Whitaker is also sitting behind me, and Denver Water, and members of SP-RAP, and our partner NGOs who provided support letters. And of course, I can't forget to mention our partner states, Senator Barrasso, the AG's office, and Directors Jan, Trick, and Brody for your continued support, so thank you. And since I know this isn't the Academy Awards, I'm going to get off the stage and pass the baton over to Alex Funk, who's going to tell you about our selenium program.
Good morning, members of the board. Alex Funk, CWCB staff. I'm just going to briefly talk about the other project under this year's request, which is the Selenium Management Program. Selenium, just for some background, is a naturally occurring element that is found in geologic locations or features across the state. Due to weathering and irrigation, that selenium is leached out of those geologic formations and causes reproductive issues in fish species. In this case, our target species in the Gunnison and Colorado basins. As part of the Aspinall Unit programmatic biological opinion, there was a direction to include selenium management program as a part of that, given the link between recovery efforts in this element of selenium. And so there has been ongoing sort of measures, largely scientific sort of studies looking at sources of selenium, transport, fate, sort of how it moves around these different systems, and ultimately how it affects reproductive health of the target fish species. So funding has largely been geared towards supporting those continued studies. This year, largely the funds will be spent on updating what we call the science plan. This is sort of like the roadmap for kind of looking at how to target kind of studies and efforts in these two basins, and as well as looking at some actual implementation projects as well. So actually kind of getting more towards best management practices such as irrigation efficiency improvements and measuring the impacts on selenium loading. I'll just note that, while this project is located or kind of focused on the Gunnison and Colorado basins, selenium's an issue, again, in other watersheds. Mainly the Arkansas has a lot of issues around selenium. So the studies will actually help support some of those kind of efforts in other parts of the state as well. And with that, happy to answer any questions the board may have on this particular item.
Thank you, Alex. I have a quick question. I know that the 319 program through CDPHE targets projects that help with selenium sometime. Is there any opportunity to match these funds? Is anybody working on such a project?
Yes, it's an excellent question, Director Hutton, and we've actually done that already with the Lower Aspen Canal in the Gunnison. So we worked with CDPHE and the River District to secure funds it's a large piping project, a lot of different funding programs, including the MOA, but they were able to secure some 319 funds for the monitoring of the effects of how that lining will actually have a benefit with selenium loading, and we've matched that with water plan grant funds and WSRF. It's a really great project kind of showing how these different programs sort of mesh together.
Thank you. Any additional questions for Alex or for JoJo? Director Brown.
So my question is another question of clarification, and I see the two priorities that you've put forward for this funding, and I'm wondering the agenda items that we'll be talking about shortly for the 15-mile reach. Can you explain to me the difference? This is probably for JoJo. between the pot of money that comes from, since it won't be the same priorities as the staff recommendation that we're about to address here?
Absolutely, that's a great question. And
Thank
I
you.
was just looking, this is Jojo Law again for the record. I was just looking for Linda behind me, so please, Linda's group, correct me if I'm wrong. So the agenda items that are coming up for the 15-mile reach are previously appropriated SCTF funds. So there are still remaining funds left over that Linda will be pulling from as well. I'll pause there to see if someone wants to correct me. Got it right. Happy to take any other questions. Otherwise, we'll get to the staff, back to the staff recommendation.
Are there any additional questions for Jojo or Alex? Please give us a recommendation.
Sure. So we are seeking approval contingent upon available revenues that the board concur with DNR's executive director proposed recommendations to the General Assembly to approve an expenditure of up to $4 million from the Species Conservation Trust Fund for fiscal year 2020-2021, including up to $2 million for CWCB's priorities, and to forward a statement of concurrence to the Colorado Parks and Wildlife.
Director Yon.
Thanks, Jojo. And good job on this. We really appreciate it on the South Platte, the renewal of this. It's a big deal for, not just for any one particular group. It's good for municipalities, agriculture, environment, all three. So we're really pleased that this, that the legislation passed and the president signed it into law at the last moment. So we really appreciate that. And with that, I would move to approve staff recommendation on agenda item 5.
It's been moved by Director Yon and seconded by Director Brody to approve staff recommendation on agenda item 5. Is there any discussion of the motion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we are now at our morning break, and it looks like we are right on. Oh, we're ahead of schedule, actually.
We have 2 to make up for.
Okay, let's stay ahead of schedule and come back from morning break at 10:30. All right, we are back from break, and Alex, stand down for just a moment. We're going to circle back to our director's reports that were delayed, and so we're going to have item 4A, which is our DNR Executive Director. Welcome, Director Gibbs.
Here we go. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's great to be here with all of you. Sorry, we were running a few minutes late with Commissioner Greenberg and myself. But I just thought I'd give you all a quick update on some of the great stuff that the Department of Natural Resources worked on last year, minus water. Maybe I'll touch base just a little bit on water, because I'm sure Director Mitchell probably, did you already do your update? Okay, great. But about a week and a half ago, I had my 1-year anniversary in this position as Director of Department of Natural Resources, and it's been a really exciting year, to say the least. It seems like yesterday that I was here for my first CWCB meeting. That was, I think, my first week on the job, I believe, or second week. And I was sick, as you can imagine. I had like a sinus infection, and it was just like, I felt horrendous. But it's been an exciting year, to say the least. And, a few highlights include the governor's bold action to create our new state park, Fisher's Peak. That's going to be our 42nd state park, and there's a bill that's moving through the legislative process right now, Senate Bill 3, that helps create a funding mechanism to achieve the opening of this new state park, which will be just in the Trinidad area. You actually can see Fisher's Peak right when you're downtown Trinidad. It's a 9,600-foot rock face, absolutely stunning view if you're in Trinidad. So that's moving right along. Also, we had a wildlife corridors executive order that the governor signed that really spells out how we collaborate and work with, in particular, Colorado Department of Transportation and also some of our federal partners to really look at where a big game wildlife are heading. This is really exciting in terms of not only providing really good information on what corridors should be preserved, but also looking at the safety of travelers, especially in more rural areas, to look at the possibilities of new, wildlife underpasses and overpasses potentially. Also, let's see, shared stewardship MOU. That was an agreement that was signed with the Department of Natural Resources and U.S. Forest Service. It spells out how we collaborate on our federal lands, whether it is looking at water policies or diversity in the outdoors, or looking at growth issues or wildfire mitigation, all those issues that are just so important to really work collaboratively together. We actually have our first kind of working group meeting that will be in the next couple of weeks. So. And then, of course, on the water front, the technical update was released, incorporating climate change, the DCP bill passing, demand management working groups underway. State Land Board contributed $178 million for K through 12 education this year, which is really absolutely incredible. Parks and Wildlife, worked hard on, species conservation. There was a real movement to protect and enhance and bring back the San Juan lineage cutthroat trout. As some of you remember, the governor announced that was actually on Earth Day, that species is alive and well. And oil and gas front, we've been very active updating and implementing Senate Bill 181 that passed last year. And there's a very, very robust rulemaking process, to say the least. And just a few weeks ago, we passed flow line rulemaking, which provides really absolutely incredible analysis on, if you're wondering if you have flow lines that are close to your house, it comes within 25 feet of this analysis. And if you want to know exactly where the flow lines are, you can still, contact the 801 number. And then in the future for oil and gas, we are still going to be working on mission change. That will include some language on wildlife. We also have alternative site analysis and also cumulative impacts. So those are the big 3 that we have left, and we want to complete that by July 1st of this year. And also July 1st, a brand new commission will be reappointed by the governor. Those folks will be in a position that's very similar to the Public Utilities Commission, where they'll actually get paid quite a bit of money for their time. But that will be seated by July 1st. Also, we are working with a really unique collaborative called the Rocky Mountain Restoration Initiative. This is spearheaded by the Wild Turkey Federation. While working with the U.S. Forest Service, there was a region in southwest Colorado that was selected for this unique partnership where about 700,000 acres of land will eventually be treated. So that is moving forward. And then staffing. Is Vanessa here? Yeah. There's Vanessa. Did you meet everyone yet?
I've made the rounds.
Okay. Really excited to have Vanessa Mazel with us. She is my new policy analyst. She previously worked for National Parks Conservation Association and also Gates Foundation. This is the Bill and Melinda Gates, but really has a really amazing background that's going to help be our federal coordinator. I can't tell you how often we have BLM or U.S. Forest Service or various different opportunities to weigh in on what the federal government is doing, and Vanessa is really our point person for that and is also helping out on water issues and kind of everything else I give to Vanessa right now, which is really great. We also have a new policy analyst besides Vanessa, Angela Bogue. She's going to be focusing on climate change and forestry. She previously was a contractor for the Nature Conservancy and also was connected with University of Colorado. And then also we have a new legislative liaison. Some of you may have worked with Doug Vilsack over the years. Well, I promoted Doug to be our assistant director on wildlife and lands, and so we hired Alice Cosgrove. Alice previously worked for the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, and Alice has really hit the ground running. I think she's doing a great job, and it's wonderful to have Doug helping her out as well, just because it's a new landscape at the Capitol, to say the least. So besides that, there's really nothing going on, and but it's been an exciting year, to say the least. I know there's a lot of challenges that we're going to be working towards together on water policy, and want to thank you all for your service, and in particular, we have hot off the presses too. I want to congratulate Celine and Heather for continuing. The governor has signed an executive order continuing your service on CWCB, so congratulations. Also, especially, I want to single out Jack. Jack decided not to reapply, but really appreciate your just amazing service for CWCB. Let's give Jack a round of applause for his years and years of water policy service. And replacing Jack will be Greg Felt. He is a Chaffee County commissioner, someone that I've worked with for many years. Actually, when I was a legislator, when we were both legislators, I first got to know Greg Felt when he was on a task force looking at conflicts of rights of way and kind of right to float issues. Boaters, yeah. So Greg is really excited to join you all at the next meeting. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions or yield the balance of my time to Commissioner Greenberg.
Director Goebel.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I'd just like to say I've really enjoyed my time on this board and being able to be associated with all the great work that CWCB does. It's truly a top-notch organization, and that's because of Director Mitchell and her staff and this very engaged board. And it's been a difficult decision, but as Director Gibbs said, my term is up, and I decided not to reapply. This is a very active board, and with all of my other commitments, and including my wife and I's 2 young boys, I just believe it's the best decision for me at this point. And you had mentioned that Greg Felt will be my replacement, which I know Greg, and I think he'll do a great job representing the Arkansas Basin and being a part of this board. So I'll say a few more things in my director's report tomorrow, but just wanted to say those now. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And the press release will go out later on today reflecting those recommendations and changes.
Any additional questions for Director Gibbs? Thank you for that great report and all the work you're doing. It sounds like you have no free time. All right, we're going to move on to agenda item 4C, which is our Agriculture Commissioner.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. It's great to see you all. So January is almost done, but it's, of course, a busy time in ag. It's conference season, as I know many of us are immersed in. So farmers are getting together for annual conventions, policy making with their associations. So it's been the conference run for pretty much night after night this year. Lots going on out there in the world, of course, lots happening in the ag economy around trade, so we're tracking all of that, but lots of moving pieces that are outside of our jurisdiction, but of course impact ag across the state. So we're keeping tabs on that. We are towards the end of the stock show, so that's been a big deal for our team. I think half of the Department of Agriculture sets up shop down at National Western, and we've got our brand inspectors, our veterinarians, our folks working at the Ag Education Center with CSU, people who are set up there day after day. So big lift for us right now during this time of year. Dan recapped 2019, and we've been doing a lot of that reflecting as well on what year one in our administration has looked like, and lots of big successes that we've been celebrating as well. Last year was the 20th anniversary of Colorado Proud. We're proud of Colorado Proud and what we do to promote the state brand for agriculture. So more to come on that front, especially as we look to ease some of the weight that farmers and ranchers are feeling in the markets right now. That's pretty much the bedrock of ag, and it's tumultuous and uncertain, and so we try and infuse whatever kind of uncertainty and market opportunities that we can. Colorado Proud is just one example. We also hosted an international consortium with Canada and Mexico at Stock Show 2 weeks ago, working on business-to-business deals across our countries. So we're really all wheels turning to open up as many business opportunities as we can at home and abroad. Last year we set up CHAMP, our Colorado Hemp Advancement and Management Plan. We're halfway through that right now, so we finished 24 listening sessions with working groups across the supply chain. We'll be rolling out a blueprint for CHAMP in early spring, or late spring, early summer. But that was a huge deal for us to kind of coordinate all of the questions, all of the agencies, all of the interested parties who are have some sort of authority over hemp and the future of the industry here in Colorado and nationwide. We also, our state vet and team managed successfully managed a disease outbreak of vesicular stomatitis virus. This was a big deal. We had primarily equine cases, but a few bovine cases, which could have been absolutely disastrous. Just incredible work that our team does to manage. We had almost 700 quarantines during the peak of fair season. This is something that I like to talk about. It's not the most flashy thing we do, and that's a good thing. Most people don't know how much work is going in to keeping operations running smoothly, but our team managed that outbreak along with not only fair season but also wildfire and moving livestock around to maintain the quarantines and also for life safety and fire, removing animals from fire danger. So just big kudos to our team for that. We also had a lot of time in the field. My first 6 months, I spent majority of time, I think, out in the field, visited about 20 different communities around the state, held listening sessions, farm visits, Main Street tours. Really looking forward to more of that this year. That was mixed with also speaking engagements and other events around the state. So really committed personally and for the department for us to be not only ground truthing the work that we do at Ag, but also building our work from the ground up. So our strategic plan was ground truth with producers. We look forward to doing more of that this year, making sure we're on track and doing meaningful work for our folks on the ground. So looking ahead, plenty going on during the legislative session. We have two items that we're moving as a department. The first is around our renewable energy program, our Acre 3 as we call it, to make sure we've got enough funding to match for NRCS dollars to provide to producers looking to invest in renewable projects on site. Same is true for energy efficiency. Our other bill is around hemp alignment, so lots going on hemp. On that front, we are actually right now working on finalizing our comments on the interim final rule for hemp. Those we're not happy with what USDA brought down. It would take us back many steps from what we've built over the last 5 years with hemp. So we have a lot of folks that we're bringing on board to kind of try and steer the ship as much as we can to maintain our leadership around hemp here in Colorado. We'll also be working on our state plan, though our growers will be operating under the same 2014 guidelines from the Farm Bill as we have in the previous 5 years for this growing season. So it's business as usual right now as we kind of iron out how we're going to align with the federal rules. We also have a lot of momentum around soil health. I bring this up every time. We have a budget request in to bring in essentially a technical advisor, soil health technical advisor at the department who can be a resource for producers, who can help run our grant making program that we're working to set up right now with our budget request. So that again is voluntary, incentive based, and farmer and rancher led to help scale up soil health efforts across the state for a number of co-benefits, one of which hopefully is productivity, savings on inputs, and also water conservation, carbon sequestration, greater nutrient availability. Whatever the benefit might be for the producer, we want to support that effort. So that continues to gain momentum as we continue to also ground truth with producers. I think that's it for my update today. I'm glad to be here and to see you all, so thank you so much.
Are there any questions for Commissioner Greenberg? Thank you for that great report, and thank you for being here. All right, we are on to item 6. Alex, you can come back. It's our ATM grant program.
Yep, for the record, Alex Funk, CWCB staff. This is a ATM grant application from Water Now Alliance. Kind of a quick overview, and then I'll turn it over to Lindsay with Water Now Alliance to kind of give more background on the project. Water Now Alliance is seeking $75,311 grant program through our ATM grant program. Basically, the scope of this would include a survey of municipal water providers and local decision makers around ATM feasibility. That would go help supplement CWCB efforts and in terms of conducting a broader status assessment of our ATM kind of program in advance of the water plan update, and I believe that would be really useful information. The sort of second component of the project would be geared towards more development of a curriculum for a ATM workshop program and webinar series. And I think this is really well in line with some of the barriers that we've identified through previous ATM projects, mainly that ATMs, despite a lot of effort to get them up and running, remain, kind of new, and not every water utility has access to information on sort of case studies around the state. And so one of the goals of this program would really be kind of build familiarity with ATMs with a broader sort of audience, kind of modeled after the land use and water use workshops that the board is familiar with, kind of a way to kind of get more, water utility providers and local decision makers engaged on ATMs and how they kind of fit into their water portfolios and sort of local government objectives. And so we think there's a lot of value for it. And so with that, I'll bring up Lindsay to kind of give more background and more detail on the actual project.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for your consideration of this grant request. My name is Lindsay Rogers. I'm the Colorado Basin Program Manager for Water Now Alliance and the Project Manager for our ATM Outreach Initiative. And for those of you who aren't familiar with us, Water Now Alliance is a nonprofit network of local water leaders who support sustainable, affordable, and climate resilient water solutions in their communities. So our primary members are city council members, mayors, special water district board members, county commissioners, and then utility and city managers, and also utility staff members. Our work can be broadly grouped into 3 different categories. We support policy initiatives at the state and at the federal level. We provide direct project support to cities and utilities that are interested in implementing a sustainable water project. And then we also work on a number of different education and outreach initiatives, such as our ATM work. Water Now was founded in 2015, and we are a national organization. But since we were founded, a core sort of base of our membership and initiatives have been in Colorado. So we now have 500 members across the nation, and 80 of them are based here in Colorado. Which is the primary reason why I relocated to Denver in 2018 to open our first satellite office and really to be able to provide more hands-on support to our members and to expand some of our Colorado initiatives. So in addition to the ATM initiative, we're working on a lot of other projects in Colorado, and just one of those that Alex mentioned is working with Western Resource Advocates on integrated water and land use planning and providing direct support to utilities and some education around that work. So we started engaging with our Colorado members on ATMs back in 2017. Innovative market mechanisms that share water resources are one of 6 sustainable water strategies that Water Now focuses on. And then, of course, we also saw an opportunity to support the state's water plan. And while there are a lot of resources on ATMs in Colorado, we felt there was a gap in information that engaged and targeted those decision makers directly, that was accessible to them. So that's where we really wanted to fill in. And we introduced this topic to our members at Water Now's annual summit in Boulder in 2017. And based on that session and the feedback that we heard from our members in surveys and conversations afterwards, we realized that there's, a fairly large swath of decision makers that have limited familiarity with ATMs. And as Alex mentioned, what they really want to see is case studies and success stories of where this has been done effectively in Colorado. And they also want to address this challenge of ATMs being perceived as potentially less secure as a water supply. So that's really the impetus behind the creation of our ATM guide, which was published in May of 2019. And I'm going to, I just have a few. So the ATM guide starts with some background on water rights and in ATMs more broadly, and then the bulk of the content is 4 case studies of successful ATMs in Colorado, and the last chapter is guiding questions that you and your utility would need to ask when determining if an ATM is right for your community. It was published in May of 2019 with the support of some really excellent organizations and partners who helped us edit and review the content before publishing. And we've received really positive feedback on the guide from our members, and we think this is going to be kind of a key piece of the initiative. But, in order to really galvanize folks to seriously consider adopting ATMs in their communities, we feel that actually engaging with them directly through this outreach initiative, is going to be critical. So that is what this grant would allow us to do. And as Alex mentioned, there's 4 phases of this project. It would start out in March, ideally, with a fairly widespread poll and surveying effort of municipal decision makers and managers throughout Colorado, partnering with FM3 Research, the public policy firm that specializes in this type of polling. So we'd really be looking for folks' perspectives on ATMs and even ideas about the term ATM itself to sort of inform the state's broader ATM initiative. And then the second phase is we're going to use our guide and the information from that polling to develop curriculum that will then be used to facilitate a series of workshops and webcasts and then other presentation opportunities, whether that's, the Denver Metro Mayor's Caucus meeting or even directly to a city council. And then lastly, we'll synthesize that feedback from the workshops and the surveying that we do to, again, help inform the state's larger ATM program development. And lastly, I just want to add here that we're really looking to bring in as many partners on this initiative as possible, because we recognize there's a lot of expertise in ATMs in Colorado. So, you know, we're fortunate to have their support in developing this guide, but we're looking forward to working with CWCB, of course, and CSU Water Center. Colorado Municipal League will be hosting one of the workshops, Environmental Defense Fund, Nature Conservancy, Westwater Partnerships, many, many more that I'm going to forget. And you'll notice in the grant that we've allocated a percentage of the funding for consultants to help facilitate that.
So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have on this grant proposal.
Thank you, Alex. Are there any questions for Alex or for Lindsay? Yes, Director Schwartz.
And thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I think you're doing excellent work. So I noticed that you'll be focusing on urban water providers. What about rural water providers and rural municipalities?
Yeah, that's a great question. We sort of use the term urban loosely, but what we're talking about is municipal water providers. So we're certainly interested in working, you know, with more rural entities, such as, you know, those fast-growing communities in the Northern Front Range.
Thank you.
And a number of our members represent those smaller communities.
Any additional questions? Director Yon.
All right. Thanks, Lindsay, for being here. Thanks, Alex. I've thought a lot about ATMs. It's kind of in my wheelhouse. So anyway, and I appreciate you reaching out toward municipal providers. I was just wondering, are you going to involve some ag people in at least presenting or something within the curriculum so that maybe you can help get an understanding of how ag people view these? I was just wondering if that was something you were looking at.
Yeah, absolutely, and thank you for mentioning that. So we worked with Colorado Ag Water Alliance to help develop the guide, which I think was a really important perspective. And in our first session in Boulder in 2017, we included agricultural representatives in that session, so they will definitely be included as presenters, discussion leaders. We want to make sure that perspective is heard.
Good. Yeah, that's important since that's who owns the water right now. So
yeah.
it's hard to do it without them. Some of the issues, you know, a lot of people think it's, well, if you have the right piece of legislation or something like that, that you can do these. These alternative transfer methods have been done prior to any legislation being enacted, and they still can be. Some of this legislation does help some, but probably in looking at it from an ag side, the biggest thing that prohibits this is infrastructure, one, just because we can't get water to the Front Range from where we are, even if we wanted to do something like that. And then usually in a municipal setting, they want the water in perpetuity, and that always scares ag people. You know, that's a really difficult hurdle to overcome. We've done 2 alternative ag transfers on the North Sterling Irrigation District, but both of them, one was for 25 years and one was for 10. So there's a little more comfortable, we're a little more comfortable with those shorter term, but it's not something that we can't work through, hopefully. And then of course the price. And a lot of times ag producers look at more than just the price. They look at, okay, if I'm going to forego growing whatever crop it may be, I have markets that have depended on me, and now I'm going to not provide them with this product or as much of this product as I had in the past, and I might lose that market if I try to come back later.
Sure.
So the feedlot or the sugar factory or whatever may go somewhere else for your product, and then you lose that. So that's something that you have to take into consideration. And then just the investment, even though you're not using your equipment and your land, you still have that investment in there that you need a return on that. So it's more than just buying the water. There's a lot of things that go into it. And so I just wanted to throw that out there, and I'm sure you probably have heard these before, but I just wanted to bring that to light.
Yeah, absolutely. I think those are all really excellent points. And, you know, I think we're probably all in agreement that ATMs aren't going to be a viable or necessarily the best option for all municipalities or all agriculturalists. But what our goal in this initiative is to make sure that they are being talked about and folks are informed enough about them to be able to consider whether or not it's an option.
Right.
And then there's some really real barriers that need to be addressed. And you know, another thing that we're interested in doing with this initiative is really making those connections between these outreach and education opportunities and the folks working on the ground to try to address some of those barriers and really those one-on-one transactions, like Western Water Partnerships, as an example.
Right. No, I appreciate what you're doing. And just the last thing to keep in mind, it's a little more difficult to do if you're looking for an ATM to do a base supply for a subdivision or whatever. So that's a lot more difficult. You're trying to build this up, and you're going to require the water every year. I mean, in essence, you're doing a little different, but you're still drying up the ag in perpetuity because you're using it as a base supply.
Right.
The interruptible style where you drought recovery or something like that is much more palatable to the agriculture producers.
Exactly, right. That intermittent supply for dry years or for bridge supply, I think there's some important opportunities here.
All right. Well, thanks.
Director Schwartz.
Thank you. Just one last comment, and I think you alluded to it, that you know this is a tool in the toolbox, and there needs to be a broader understanding of it. I think our ag community is certainly important, but in looking at municipalities, hopefully we are very invested, I think, as a board, making sure there's a lot of education out there broadly in the state. And this is one tool, but hopefully you're talking about other planning and conservation and gray water mechanisms that, you know, I see that this grant is narrow, but that you will collaborate with these other entities and really assisting municipalities and water providers in looking and understanding all the tools and making and be part of that decision making.
Right, absolutely.
All right, is there any additional discussion? Director Anderson. Oh, thank you. Director Trick.
Thank you. I just had a question about the matching portion of this. So I believe I see that it's a cash match. If that's incorrect, let me know. But I was wondering why there wasn't any in-kind matching going on here as far as how that came about, the matching portion.
Yeah, we did a cash match at the 10% level. As far as why there wasn't any additional in-kind, is that what your question is?
I guess I'm asking, so it's only a cash match here, correct? Why was in-kind not looked at as far as like staff time or any of the other partners that are going to come in and do work on this? Why was there no in-kind matching on this project?
I don't think I know the answer to that question, unfortunately. It's a little bit above my head. I wasn't as engaged in putting together the budget. Do you have any thoughts on that? I mean, I know we were trying to ensure that we met the criteria of the match.
Yeah, I think that was
which I believe was the preferred match was cash.
Yeah, under this grant program, cash is definitely I don't have the criteria right in front of me, but I think it is a 10% cash match.
Right.
And why we don't include in-kind, it's not to say we could include it in the final budget version or get that number included, but I think we're just meeting that initial threshold.
Okay, and thanks, Alex. Maybe I'm confused about the requirement then. So
10% has to be cash and then they can have in-kind above that, or they can meet the 10% with in-kind? Is there a difference there?
I think it is a 10% cash match. I don't think you can just do in-kind on this
Okay.
grant, which is why we're focusing more on the cash match minimum requirement, I think, in this case.
Right. Okay, so then I guess my question should be rephrased to make it more understandable, in that the minimum cash is met here, but why was there not sort of maybe an in-kind portion to go a little bit above that?
I think the answer to that is that Water Now originally had funding specifically for our ATM work to develop the guide itself, but we do not have discrete funding to continue this outreach initiative through any of our existing funding sources, so this is coming out of our general funds. So it would be prohibitive for us to go beyond that.
Okay.
Any additional questions? Director Brody.
So just a follow-up to clarify, will there be in-kind resources that are also put towards this program? Staff or partners or otherwise?
Well, certainly from our partners who are working on this initiative. You know, when we've, for our reviewers of the guide and folks who have spoken at our annual summit, their time is in kind. We do have that portion of the grant for consultant support.
Director Yuan.
All right. Well, with that, I would move staff recommendation on agenda item 6.
It's been moved by Director Yuan and seconded by Director Goebel to approve staff recommendation on agenda item 6. Is there any discussion of the motion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks for being here, Lindsay.
Thank you.
Okay, we are on to agenda item 7, which is the Basin Fund MOA discussion. Alex.
Yep, Alex again, CWCB staff. This should be pretty quick. So most of you on the board are now familiar with the Basin Fund MOA program. If you forgot the last time we talked about this, I mean, this is a program that is set up to collect revenue from federal hydropower facilities to pay for operation, maintenance, and replacement projects at CRISP participating projects, such as Paonia and Florida and others. This board is also well aware that there have been several ongoing issues and sort of conversations around this program. The big ones being sort of how do we remain under our MOA allocation as a state. And so out of those discussions sort of came around to this sort of concept of creating a design fund or this technical assistance grant fund to help sort of navigate the immediate future of this program prior to an extension. And so in the 2019 projects bill, there was $200,000 set aside to support again, design and environmental compliance and other costs associated with active MOA projects. Kind of the thinking behind that being that by providing some funding for some of those kind of like prep work and sort of non-construction based work, it could help us not only reduce costs by potentially hiring other contractors to do that work, but also kind of, keep MOA dollars set aside for actual construction versus this work. We were kind of seeing a lot of the overruns coming from design and compliance. And so, this fund would be largely geared towards supporting those efforts. I've included some of the proposed criteria and procedures for this grant program. It is modeled largely off of our existing Technical Assistance for Federal Cost Share Program, or TAFC, but is much more narrow. So I mean, this funding would be limited to currently approved Basin Fund MOA projects in Colorado. It would be limited to, again, design costs, compliance, project permitting, would not be really geared towards construction costs. it also would allow for, again, director's discretion for grants less than $50,000 for any single project. That's in line with some of our other grant programs, such as the Water Efficiency Grant Program and TAFC, board approval for larger grants. And then I should note that we've been talking with Bureau of Reclamation about this grant program. They are supportive of it, but we're definitely making sure that each of these projects adhere to Bureau Rec's standards and specifications for design and other things, and we'll be working very closely with them in terms of how these funds are managed. And so with that, I'll take any questions the board may have about this particular program.
Thank you, Alex. Director Hawkins?
If I may, I have one question and one comment. I noticed the no mandatory cost share percent. Is that in line with like how we work with entities on the salinity control cost share?
Yes, Director Hawkins, that is, basically in line with how TAFC works. There's no cost share. That said, quick preview for March, there might be a cost share for that program moving forward. That's a conversation that we definitely want to have. But another thing to note to differentiate this between this program and TAFC is that we kind of see this as a one-off program. I'm not necessarily sure this will be a long-standing grant program. We have enough grant programs. At a lot of the grant programs at CWCB, we really kind of felt this was a kind of a one-time infusion of project spill dollars to kind of get us kind of across the finish line under this first iteration of the MOA in advance of the extension, when in theory more funding will be available to kind of gear towards this work and we can kind of better approach those projects. And so we just felt that, the no cost share was helping us kind of get that process moving, and it is leveraging MOA dollars. I mean, these projects will have those other funds to complete the project.
And then my comment is that I'm uncomfortable with allowing the director that much discretion without every application being evaluated for the criteria. I think the criteria are good, and my suggestion is that we go ahead and have staff evaluate all of the applications by criteria, and then I would be comfortable with having that discretion with the director.
Yep, and I can make that change to reflect that, including that, every application can be reviewed under those criteria adopted by the board.
Director Yon?
Director Hawkins kind of talked about some of what I was, one of the things I was just wondering, trying to refresh my memory. We've been talking about making all the grants similar. And I didn't know if I don't think we have yet landed on the director's discretion level yet, have we? No, so I just wondered if that was in line with what we were thinking on the other ones. I know some of them are up to $100,000, and so I understand this might be a temporary grant program, so maybe, and 100,000 is half of what we have, so maybe that's a little large here. So I was just curious what your thinking was there.
That's a very good question, Director Yon, and I think the long-term goal is to make these grants more uniform in terms of the board discretion on certain thresholds. That said, this one is in line with how some of them are currently at. I mean, water efficiency, I think TAFC's at 25.
Join us.
Good morning, directors. Ken Curtis, Dolores Water Conservancy District. Yes, a program near and dear to the Dolores heart. I can't help but stand up and support. Thank Alex and Lane have stepped up lately and started helping organize this program. It does go back to 2011. It is a fairly narrowly focused program at CRISP projects, Western Slope. And you've got to realize that those projects are very needed. They're helping the ag volatility, bringing some grant money into our programs, extending the life of them. We use them, I know they've combined them with selenium works, water conservation, and all sorts of replacement projects. Although they're legally defined as OM and R, operations, maintenance, and rehabilitation or rehab, they're really replacements. All of these projects tend to be older, and we are combining these dollars and our own and making great use of them. It keeps some funds available for other projects around the state. So it's a fantastic program. And Alex particularly came in mid-stride. As so many things we do, it was a fantastic idea that left the gate before any of the guidelines were made. And we've spent a lot of time over the years with Reclamation and with CWCB working through some stumbles that we made early on. But now we've had some very successful projects, and Alex has done a lot to start organizing this. And this little pot of design planning type money, I think, is a great step for Colorado to get their house in order, to participate with Reclamation and the other upper basin states, and really lead us forward to complete phase 1 and take a good step into phase 2, I hope, or the second round. So I fully support this, as does the Dolores Water Conservancy District. Thank you.
Thanks for being here, Ken. Are there any questions for Ken or for Alex? I think we're probably ready for staff recommendation.
So the staff recommendation will be for the board to adopt the criteria and procedures for the Technical Assistance Grant Program, with the change that all grant applications will be held to the criteria or analyzed under the criteria that the board adopted, I believe, last March. And I'll include those criteria in the final kind of grant packet.
Director Hawkins.
I would move to approve staff recommendation on item 7.
It's been moved by Director Hawkins and seconded by Director Anderson to approve staff recommendation on agenda item 7 with the discussed changes. Is there any discussion of the motion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. All right, we've arrived at agenda item 8, which is a proposed lease of water for in-stream flows from Garfield County. Linda.
I have to get this PowerPoint up. Was covered up by something. Sorry. Good morning. I'm Linda Bassey with the Stream and Lake Protection Section. This is agenda item 8, proposed lease of water for in-stream flow use in the 15-mile reach of the Colorado River, Water Division 5, and this is a lease from Garfield County. So this is the second meeting of the two board meeting process under in-stream flow rule 6 for water acquisitions. So this, we will be asking you to take action on this proposal today. This is an offer of a contractual interest in water from Garfield County. It's a potential 5-year lease of up to 350 acre-feet of water that the county owns in Rudai Reservoir for release and in-stream flow use on the 15-mile reach to both preserve and improve the natural environment to a reasonable degree. CWCB would pay for this lease with Species Conservation Trust Fund money. The water rights that are involved were purchased by the county in 2013 under a repayment contract with the Bureau of Reclamation. And they are for M&I use, which under the contract includes piscatorial use, including delivery of water to supplement stream flow. So the board has 2 in-stream flow water rights on the 15-mile reach that are up here on the slide, and that the leased water would be used to preserve the natural environment by bringing flows up to those decreed amounts. Here's a vicinity map. This looks kind of blurry, but I'm not sure how to fix it. Vivian? So Rudai Reservoir is up here, goes down the frying pan to the Colorado River, down to the 15-mile reach. The natural environment on the 15-mile reach provides critical habitat for 2 species of endangered fish, the Colorado pike minnow and the razorback sucker. Thank you. It provides spawning habitat and high-quality habitat for adult fish. The 2 fish are pictured here. Very attractive fish. CWCB would use the water to preserve by supplementing the existing in-stream flows, and then to improve the natural environment by providing and protecting water to help meet U.S. Fish and Wildlife flow recommendations for the endangered fish. CWCB will coordinate with Fish and Wildlife Service and the Bureau of Reclamation on the timing and amount of the uses, including ensuring that releases of the leased water don't exceed 300 CFS, and that is to that maximizes hydropower benefits at the dam, and do not cause flows in the Frying Pan River below Rudai to exceed 350 CFS, and that's to address anglers' concerns when they are wading in the river. If flows get too high, they can't wade in the river and they can't fish. I neglected to mention that there are 3 attachments to your memo. The first is the offer letter from Garfield County. Second is the map. You saw both of these at the last board meeting. The third is Colorado Parks and Wildlife's recommendation letter. We did provide notice before the first meeting of this 2-meeting process, and no one requested a hearing within that 20-day period after the first meeting, which is why we can request the board to take action on this today. These are the Fish and Wildlife Service flow recommendations for the 15-mile reach, and they vary depending on both the year type and the month. So they range from 810 CFS to 7,060 CFS. So this leased water wouldn't get us up to those amounts, but it would help to meet them, help to fill that gap a little bit. So the proposed method of acquisition is that we will negotiate the terms of a short-term lease with the county. It'll include the term, the amount of water, the price that we would pay, the timing of payments. The county has to get approval from the Bureau of Reclamation to be able to lease the water to the CWCB. And then we'll also include in the agreement a process for consulting each year on whether we will exercise the lease. There are several factors in Rule 6 that the board is required to consider for water acquisitions, and I've been through a couple of them already. They don't all apply in this case because we're leasing water that's been stored in priority and is released for delivery to the in-stream flow reach. So the board does not need to consider historical use and return flows or material injury to existing water rights. This lease will promote maximum utilization of the waters of the state by passing through 2 hydropower plants, Rudai and Orchard Mesa Irrigation District, and being used to generate hydropower. Beneficial use in the 15-mile reach for in-stream flows that will support recovery of those endangered fish, and then it will be available for use downstream of the 15-mile reach. We've consulted with the federal and interstate section, and the proposed lease doesn't negatively impact any interstate compact. So the board has to look at how it will use this water by stacking it with other water rights. That's just another word for combining it. And we can, the board can use this water, can combine it with the existing in-stream flow water right and other acquired water, which you'll hear about in the next agenda item, to achieve a greater level of protection for the natural environment and to help meet those Fish and Wildlife Service flow recommendations. We have consulted with the Division 5 division engineer, and he has told us that release and delivery of this leased water from Rudai Reservoir to the 15-mile reach will be administrable. Anticipated benefits of this lease are hydropower generation, in-stream flow protection, and recovery of the endangered fish, contributing to that, not fully achieving it. So the cost to complete this transaction, the county has offered to lease the water to CWCB for $40 per acre foot for the first year of the lease. That would go up to $45 for the second year, and then in years 3 to 5, the price would increase by 2% above each preceding year's price. And we will be consulting every year with the county to see if they want to renew the lease for a given year. So this price reflects annual O&M costs incurred under their contract with the Bureau, and also a small return on the county's investment in that Rudai water. CWCB only will be paying for water it uses. This is not a take and pay contract. And so the minimum expenditure over 5 years would be $78,915.33. But we will only be asking you to authorize an expenditure for this year's exercise of the lease. We'll come back when we're renewing the lease. So CWCB would pay with Species Conservation Trust Fund money that's authorized for in-stream flow acquisitions that would benefit the habitat of threatened or endangered fish. That money was authorized in 2015. The legislature authorized $500,000 for those types of acquisitions. To date, we've spent over $271,000 on leases of Rudai water from the Ute Water Conservancy District that we've used in the 15-mile reach. So there's about $228,655 available in that fund. So we have consulted with Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and they have expressed support for the lease and the benefits it'll provide to that endangered fish habitat. And in the context of releases from Rudai Reservoir, Colorado Parks and Wildlife encourages continued coordination with local CPW biologists, both on maintaining releases at those flow rates that will accommodate anglers on the Frying Pan River, and also on ramping rates that are recommended by CPW to avoid dramatic changes in flow rates that could impact both fish and anglers. Historically, Reclamation has coordinated closely with CPW on its Rudai operations when making releases, and we don't anticipate any changes in that. And Katie Birch with CPW is here if you have any questions about her recommendation letter. So with that, I can go to the recommendation unless we want to see if there are questions first.
Are there any questions for Linda or for Katie? Director Schwartz.
And thank you. And thank you very much for the presentation. It is obviously in the notes that we discussed already, the flow rates on the frying pan, because it is critical to supporting the frying pan community and the fishing community in the gold medal waters there, that the flows don't get too high because fishermen don't come. And so most important is this coordinated releases, that there is a really well-coordinated, good communication that involves the community along with Bureau of Reclamation and so forth and the BLM for these releases. So I guess I want to understand how that process is going to be taking place. I know there is communication already, but will there be enlarge the communication that's going on, or?
Thank you. I don't believe that there is regular ongoing communication between the Bureau and the community unless the community approaches the Bureau of Reclamation. I know that they are pretty accessible, and I know that every summer there is a Rudai operations meeting, which Michelle Garrison of our staff and I have attended and presented on this lease to just get input from the local community on it. And at that point, there's communication at that point, but I don't believe there's regular ongoing coordination with the community. The Bureau works pretty closely with the local CPW biologist, and Roaring Fork Conservancy, I think, is also involved in that. And I know that Roaring Fork Conservancy has a lot of interaction with the community, so it might be more indirect than what you are referring to.
The Roaring Fork Conservancy is a great conduit for that. So,
they're very effective.
Thank you.
Are there any additional questions for Linda? Director Yon.
Thanks, Linda. I was just curious. We've done this with the Ute for 5 years or so.
Yes.
Okay, and then we did also lease some from the River District.
Yes,
correct?
We did.
Last year,
and that was for wintertime use on the Frying Pan River, and then there was a small increment left over that was released for 15-mile reach use last year.
Right. Okay. And how much of that did we use? Did we use all of the Ute water, or last year?
The Ute or the River District?
Both.
We used all of the River District water, and I'm pretty sure we used all of the water that the Ute District
Okay.
provided last year.
So we could use additional water in that area for sure?
Yes.
Okay, and then the price, it looks like they split the difference.
I know, I know.
The
The
Ute
price-
was like, I think, wasn't it like $15 and they increased it to 20 this time? And
Yes.
the River District was like 65 or something?
65, right.
And we're
The
at
prices
40?
ranged anywhere from $7.20 per acre foot to $65 per acre foot. So
Okay, so they split
this
the
is
difference.
kind of in the middle, yeah.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Any additional questions? I think we're ready for staff recommendation.
Okay, it's kind of long. Should I read through it for the record, or? I think I probably should. I'll read it fast. Not as fast as an auctioneer, but I'll read it fast. So staff recommends that the board conclude that the proposed acquisition of an interest in water under the proposed lease agreement with Garfield County is appropriate to preserve and improve the natural environment of the 15-mile reach of the Colorado River to a reasonable degree. We also recommend that you determine that the acquired interest in water will be best utilized by using it to preserve the natural environment at rates up to the existing decreed in-stream flow water rates in the 15-mile reach, and using it to improve the natural environment in that reach by protecting flows above the decreed in-stream flow rates at rates not to exceed the Fish and Wildlife Service flow recommendations to protect habitat for the endangered fish. We recommend that the board approve the expenditure of up to $14,000 from the Species Conservation Trust Fund for this lease in 2020, to authorize the director to execute the water lease agreement, and to direct staff to implement the water lease agreement under the following conditions: that releases of Rudai water under the agreement won't cause releases out of the reservoir to exceed 300 CFS, and will not cause flows in the Frying Pan River below Rudai to exceed 350 CFS. Staff will coordinate with the Bureau of Reclamation to ensure that this condition is met. If CWCB and Garfield County desire to renew the water lease agreement after the first year, CWCB staff will notify local stakeholders of the potential renewal and seek input, and will seek the board's approval of any lease renewal and related expenditures at a regularly scheduled board meeting. And CWCB staff will consult and coordinate weekly with CPW staff on proposed releases to minimize impacts to the fishery below Rudai Reservoir. And the endangered fish say thank you. I did not know how to put up a bubble.
Great. Director Schwartz.
And thank you. And I move approval of staff recommendation for agenda item 8.
It's been moved by Director Schwartz and seconded by Director Hawkins to approve staff recommendation on agenda item 8. Is there any discussion of the motion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Linda. Okay, we are at agenda item 9, which is the proposed lease of water for in-stream flow in the 15-mile reach from the Ute Water Conservancy District.
Linda Bassi, Stream and Lake Protection Section. Number 8, proposed lease of water, number 9. Proposed lease of water for in-stream flow use in the 15-mile reach with the Ute Water Conservancy District. This may feel a little bit like deja vu, but I have to create a record, so please bear with me. So in 2015, the board entered into a lease, a 5-year lease, renewable in 1-year increments with the Ute Water Conservancy District. And we renewed that lease 4 times, and 2019 was the last year, and so the lease agreement has expired. The Ute District reached out to us. They are interested in entering into another 5-year lease agreement with CWCB. There is a letter attached to the board memo from the Ute District and a map. Caveat is that Ute District staff and attorney have not discussed it with the Ute Board, but they feel confident that the Ute Board will support this. So just wanted to get that caveat out there. So this would, the board would be acquiring a contractual interest in 6,000 to 12,000 acre feet of Rudai water that the district owns in the reservoir for use in the 15-mile reach to preserve and improve the natural environment. CWCB would pay for this lease with a combination of Species Conservation Trust Fund and Construction Fund money from the fund in the Construction Fund earmarked for in-stream flow water acquisitions. These are the same water rights that Garfield County owns from the same pool that Ute Water purchased 12,000 acre feet of Rudai water in 2013 under a repayment contract with the Bureau for municipal and industrial use, which includes piscatorial use, including delivery of water to supplement stream flow. The board would use that water to preserve the natural environment under its 2 decreed in-stream flow rights in the 15-mile reach. Same map, different legend. And the natural environment on that reach is critical habitat for the Colorado pike minnow and razorback sucker, both of which are endangered fish. So the proposed use is that the board would use that leased water to preserve up to the decreed in-stream flow rates and to improve the natural environment by providing and protecting water to help meet the Fish and Wildlife Service recommendations, flow recommendations for the endangered fish. As with the Garfield County lease, we would coordinate with the Fish and Wildlife Service and the Bureau on the timing and amount of such uses and ensuring that releases don't exceed 300 CFS and don't cause flows in the river to exceed 350 CFS to address anglers' concerns. So the flow recommendations range from 810 to 7,060 CFS depending on the year type and the month. The proposed method of acquisition, Ute Water and CWCB will negotiate terms of a short-term lease. It's proposed for 5 years. For 2020, we would draft that lease for a firm commitment of a lease of 6,000 acre feet with a process to consult with the district probably in August on whether an additional 6,000 acre feet is needed and is available to lease. We'd also address timing of releases, timing of payment, obtaining Bureau of Reclamation approval, and a process for consulting each year on implementing the lease. Because we are leasing water stored in priority and released for delivery for use in the in-stream flow reach, the board does not need to consider historic use and return flows or material injury. This will promote the maximum utilization of waters of the state by generating hydropower at 2 hydropower plants at Rudai and the Orchard Mesa Irrigation District power plant. They'll be beneficially used in the 15-mile reach for in-stream flows to support recovery of the endangered fish, and the water will be available downstream for additional beneficial use. The proposed lease does not negatively impact any interstate compact. The leased water may be combined or stacked with the existing in-stream flow water right and other acquired water to achieve a greater level of protection for the natural environment and help meet those Fish and Wildlife Service flow recommendations. We have consulted with the division engineer on this water lease, and he has confirmed that it would be administrable. The anticipated benefits of this lease are hydropower generation, in-stream flow protection, and helping to meet the Fish and Wildlife Service flow recommendations, which further the goal of the recovery program. So the costs for this transaction, the Ute District has offered to lease its Rudai water. That is a mistake. For, excuse me, one moment, for $20 per acre foot. Maximum expenditure would be $240,000 if we were to lease the full 12,000. For each renewal term, the price would increase by 2% above the preceding year's price. The engineers are sitting there saying, does she have her math right? CWCB only would pay for water that it uses. And so assuming if we fully leased 12,000 acre feet for 5 years of the lease with these price increases, the maximum expenditure over 5 years would be $1,249,080. But we are only at this board meeting, and when we ask you to take action, will only be to ask for authorization for an expenditure for 2020's lease. So CWCB would pay for the first 6,000 acre feet with Species Conservation Trust Fund money that was authorized in 2015 for this type of water acquisition. We have, after spending the $14,000 on the Garfield County lease that we just discussed, there would be approximately $214,655 available. So that would cover the first increment of 6,000 acre feet, but it would not fully cover the second increment. So we would have to pay for that with construction fund money. We would come to, when we ask the board to take final action on this, we will ask the board to approve an expenditure of construction fund money and go through the policy 19 analysis that's required. We have sent notice out to the in-stream flow subscription mailing list and substitute supply plan notification list and asked the Department of Interior, Department of Ag, and CPW for recommendations. This is the first meeting. This is just informational. So this is to see if the board has any questions. If no one requests a hearing within 20 days of this board meeting, then we can come back to you in March and ask the board to take final action on this lease.
Director Prinsloo.
I just have I don't know if it was a global question or not, and I missed the beginning, so I apologize if you covered that. But so no issue on the lease, but after it gets down through that 15 miles reach, have you or we considered looking for somebody to lease what's left of that water after evaporation and delivery as a second beneficiary use, or are you just going to give it to California?
That's a very either or kind of. We have not found anyone, or we have not tried to find another water user to lease that water to. We could make an effort to do that. I'm not sure if there would be a taker. I think there are some water users below the 15-mile reach that if they were in priority and needed that water, they would be able to divert it. But we haven't entered into any formal arrangements.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd make a huge effort, but they might they may look at as a benefit too, and it might be cheap water on the spot market instead of just hoping somebody picked it up later past the state line.
Oh, gotcha. Director Brown.
I'd just like to say thank you. I think this is an important step that falls in line from what I consider the next steps for reauthorization of the recovery program and what that's going to look like post 2023. So I think getting ahead of the game and showing that the state has skin in the game on this is a really important thing for us to be doing. So thank you.
Director Hawkins.
Thanks. Linda, I had a question about the combination of funding for this one. I think there's maybe a broader question about whether the Species Conservation Trust Fund that's available for these types of leases needs to be looked at, and also just sort of getting an understanding about where we are with the Species Conservation Trust Fund and construction fund money, just making sure that your section has adequate resources to do these kinds of leases throughout the state when appropriate. Do you have any comments, or is that something you could bring back potentially at the next meeting?
Well, the Species Conservation Trust Fund money was a one-time authorization of $500,000 for in-stream flow acquisitions that would benefit threatened or endangered or candidate or likely to become candidate species. This type of lease is the only water acquisitions we've found that fit within that funding source. And so that's why it has taken a while for us to spend our way through it. It's possible that we could ask for an additional increment in not this year's Species Conservation Trust Fund bill, but potentially 2021. We do have, regarding the construction fund, we do have funds available for this lease in that source. I'm not sure, would you like us to, in March, tell you what the balance is and just tell you?
Yeah, and I guess if you're evaluating the potential need for more Species Conservation Trust Fund money, I would ask that you take a look at the range-wide agreement for the 3 species and whether there might be any needs associated with support for that as well.
Okay, will do.
Director Schwartz.
Thank you. And Linda, with regard to these, this water being available for beneficial use below the 15-mile reach, that would be the same with the Garfield County lease as well.
Yes.
Okay. I just didn't recall that comment, but that would be the same issue. Thank you.
Yes, it would.
All right. Director Brown.
So I think for the March meeting, if you bring back what Celine's asking for, perhaps we could, I think we're just trying to look long-term, knowing that we're in a time of uncertainty with water supply. The same comment would go for the Yampa. Is there, opportunity there if we had some different types of leases to continue providing these types of arrangements sort of ahead of the game and knowing that they could come up and I'm done.
Yes.
Director Anderson.
I personally believe there's very little opportunity below the 15-mile reach within the state of Colorado to lease that water to help yourself. The other thing I would say is that these prices are not ag prices. $40 an acre foot is, you aren't going to raise, maybe you can raise marijuana with that and still make something, but legit agriculture crops can't afford that rate. It's 5 times too high in my opinion. Just a comment, if you will, Linda.
If we found someone who was interested in entering into some sort of agreement to use this water downstream, and I agree that may not be likely, I don't believe that staff would be recommending that we charge them $40 an acre foot. I think we would just want a commitment from them to take it and use it, and I don't know if the board would want to charge anything for it. So
Yeah, it seems like if you did find an interested party and could work out where it would work with the division, we would have that conversation.
Okay.
All right. Are there any additional questions or comments for Linda about this item before we move on? Thank you for bringing this to us, Linda.
Thank you.
Okay. We are now at lunch, and it looks like we're pretty close to on time, so we will take a break for lunch. We'll be back at 12:50, and just a note that lunch is for the board and staff, but it looks like there's a ton of food over there, so if guests want to wait until the board and staff have gone through, you're welcome to help us not waste food. So see you in an hour.
Do I need to do anything? I just didn't know if I had to do anything. I should be taking the picture of the selfie
All right, welcome back from lunch. I've got the go-ahead. We are going to get going to stay on track here. So we are at item 10, which is our 2020 in-stream flow appropriations. Rob, welcome.
Good afternoon. For the record, Rob Veal, CWCB staff. I am presenting agenda item number 10, the 2020 in-stream flow recommendations. This is an action item. Staff is requesting the board to form its intent to appropriate in-stream flow water rights on stream segments that are located in water divisions 2, 4, and 6. So the board is required by statute to make 3 findings to appropriate an in-stream flow water right. While those findings are not required today, I thought it is important to remind you what they are. The first is that there is a natural environment that exists, and for all 6 recommendations, the R2 cross model was used to quantify the flow amounts. And I'll provide a little bit more detail on R2 cross in the next slide. The second finding is that the natural environment will be preserved by the water available for appropriation, and staff completes an independent analysis to determine if water is available for each appropriation. This includes using the best data available, which may include permanent or temporary stream gauges, diversion records, USGS stream stats, discussions with staff from DWR and other stakeholders. The third finding is that there is no material injury to other water rights. Staff provide the board with executive summaries and appendices of the technical data used to generate the recommendations for the stream segments, and those documents contain all the information needed to satisfy these 3 findings. So a little review of R2 cross. R2 cross is the model used to predict the hydraulic parameters of wetted perimeter, average depth, and average velocity. In the 1970s, CPW developed the minimum flow hydraulic criteria shown in the table below. The criteria remains unchanged for average velocity, but as the stream top width increases, the criteria changes for average depth and average wetted perimeter. For the first decade of the program, only 2 of the 3 criteria were used, which resulted in many single flow, in-stream flow water rights. In the early 1980s, CPW determined that the high flow period also needed the 3 of 3 criteria for minimum protection, and 3 of the recommendations today are for increases to these originally decreed single flow ISFs, so that the high flow period will now meet all 3 of those criteria. So I will go through each of these recommendations and provide highlights of the natural environment and the recommended flow amounts. First up is Water Division 2, where there is 1 recommended stream segment. That's Iowa Gulch. It's located in Lake County and is tributary to the Arkansas River. And as you can see in all these division overview maps, the yellow lines, which is impossible for you guys to see, I can tell now from here, is up here, and that's the recommendation. And the pink lines are the previously decreed in-stream flows. In this map, you can see, we zoom in, Iowa Gulch is located approximately 2 miles south of the town of Leadville, and BLM recommended this 3.61 mile segment from its headwaters, which originate high up in the Mosquito Range, downstream to the Iowa Gulch intake. So Iowa Gulch is a steep, cold water, high elevation stream. It currently supports a brook trout fishery, but only below the proposed lower terminus to this ISF recommendation. After recent reclamation activities to mitigate historic mining activities, BLM biologists believe water quality has improved enough that the proposed ISF reach can now support a fish population. The improved water quality is indicated by the diverse and abundant macroinvertebrate community found on the stream. BLM has also requested that Colorado Parks and Wildlife consider reintroduction of fish once all the historic mine tailings are stabilized. The recommended flow amounts for Iowa Gulch are 1.7 CFS, May 1st through September 15th, which meets all three of the hydraulic criteria, and 1 CFS from September 16th to April 30th, which is driven by limited water availability. You can see on this picture Jack Landers, our hydrographer, and he's installing a temporary measuring device in the stream. And he's adamant that no matter how warm it looks, that water was the coldest he's ever felt in his life. So moving on to Water Division 4, there are 4 in-stream flow recommendations. First are the increase to Cement Creek and 2 segments of Spring Creek located in Gunnison County. And next up is Kelso Creek located in Mesa County. You received in your packet an executive summary for another Spring Creek, this one located in Montrose County. But due to some additional work recognizing 102.3B, staff will be postponing that recommendation until those issues can be resolved. So we'll be not asking you to take any action on that one today. So first up in Water Division 4 is Cement Creek, which is located about 5.5 miles east of the town of Crested Butte. The CWCB currently holds a decree for an in-stream flow on Cement Creek with a 1980 appropriation date and a year-round flow rate of 10 CFS. High Country Conservation Advocates recommended an in-stream flow from Cement Creek's headwaters down to the confluence with the East River, which is about 17.35 miles long, and is consistent with the prior ISF's upper and lower termini. So Cement Creek has a self-sustaining population of brook trout, brown trout, rainbow trout, and most importantly, Colorado River cutthroat trout. It is important to note that Colorado River cutthroat trout are a Tier 1 priority species in the 2015 State Wildlife Action Plan, which is the highest conservation priority in the state. The recommended increase is for 3 CFS from April 15th to July 10th, and this flow rate combined with the existing ISF will bring the total to 13 CFS, which will now meet all 3 of the hydraulic criteria during the runoff portion of the year. Next up is Spring Creek, which is located about 5 miles southeast of Cement Creek and about 12 miles south of the town of Crested Butte. HCCA recommended 2 segments of Spring Creek for an increase to the CWCB's decreed right, which has a 1984 appropriation date and a year-round flow rate of 7.5 CFS. The first one we'll deal with is the upper ISF recommendation, which covers 3.18 miles and extends from the confluence with Rocky Brook Creek to the confluence with Bear Creek. This portion of Spring Creek flows through a wide valley with open meadows. The portion of the creek is known to support brown trout, rainbow trout, and Snake River cutthroat trout. The recommended flow rate increase for this segment is 6.5 CFS from April 1st to September 30th, and the flow rate combined with the existing in-stream flow will bring the total to 14 CFS, which will now meet all 3 of the hydraulic criteria. Moving along is the lower segment of Spring Creek, where HCCA recommended an increase to cover 8.17 miles from the confluence with Bear Creek down to the confluence with the Taylor River. The 1984 CWCB ISF appropriation detailed above runs through the entirety of this proposed reach as well. So this portion of Spring Creek flows through a narrow canyon, and it's surrounded by pine and spruce forest. And fishery surveys reveal populations of brook trout and brown trout. And the recommended increased flow rate is 13.5 CFS from April 1st to July 31st. This flow rate combined with the historical ISF will total 21 CFS, which meets all 3 of the hydraulic criteria during the runoff portion of the year. The last one in Water Division 4 is Kelso Creek, which is located on the total opposite side of the division from Cement Creek and Spring Creek. It is located about 24 miles southwest of the town of Delta. Colorado Parks and Wildlife recommended an in-stream flow on 9.89 miles of stream from the headwaters down to the confluence with Bear Gulch. So Kelso Creek is a low-gradient, snowmelt-driven stream. Fish surveys have identified a core conservation population of Colorado River cutthroat trout, meaning the genetic analysis indicate greater than 99% purity with essentially no genetic alteration. One reason for this is that the fish population is physically isolated from the trout on Escalante Creek due to a number of diversions lower on Kelso Creek that act as fish barriers. This Kelso Creek fish population has such notably pure genetics that they are being replicated as a source population by CPW's conservation and restoration efforts in the Gunnison River Basin. The recommended flow rate is 0.85 CFS for the base flow period and 2.4 CFS in the high flow period, which meet all threat criteria. And you can't see it here, but here is actually a picture of one of those trout in there. See how he's all nice and camouflaged in there. Okay, the last recommended ISF is on the unnamed tributary to Bunker Creek in Water Division 6. This unnamed tributary was recommended for an in-stream flow by BLM and flows to the east fork of Williams Fork before joining the Williams Fork and finally the Yampa River. Unnamed tributary to Bunker Creek is located about 12 miles southwest of the town of Oak Creek. BLM is recommending a 2.14 mile segment for protection that runs from the headwaters down to the Bunker Ditch. This unnamed trip to Bunker Creek is a cold water high gradient stream that originates at an elevation of about 9,500 feet. Fish surveys have documented a core conservation population of blue lineage Colorado River cutthroat trout. There's also an abundant macroinvertebrate community that includes caddisfly and stonefly. And the recommended flow rates are 1.75 CFS during the high flow period of May 1st through July 31st, which meets all three of the hydraulic criteria. 0.8 CFS from August 1st to November 30th, which meets two of the three criteria. And finally, 0.4 CFS, which is recommended during the base flow period of the year, from December 1st to April 30th. And this recommendation is driven by limited water availability, but should prevent complete icing of the pools and allow the fish to overwinter. So those are all the recommendations. I just wanted to kind of go over a little bit of our outreach activities this last year. So notice was sent to our ISF subscription mailing list last March, and this past November, we currently have about 1,300 people on that list. There's extensive communication with the Division of Water Resources staff for each ISF recommendation, including the division engineers and water commissioners. There's public meetings with county commissioners from all the counties within the reaches. We talked to water right and property owners. This ranged from talking with property owners at unnamed tributary to Bunker Creek to getting access to the creek because you have to travel through private land first to get there to notify them about it, to notifying tiny little in-holding parcels that are, less than an acre big within the Forest Service. And we also gave presentations to local stakeholder groups as well. So here's just a little quick timeline if the board chooses to form their intent to appropriate in-stream flow water rights on any of these streams. The first thing that will happen is on February 3rd, notice will be sent to the ISF subscription mailing list, notifying them of your decision. There'll be opportunity for the public to provide comment during the agenda item at the CWC meeting in March. Notices to contest would be due March 31st. Notices of party status and contested hearing participant status are due by the end of April. The board may take final action on any uncontested in-stream flows at its May meeting, and an ISF hearing, if needed, would be occurring in September. And then the Attorney General's office would file any of these ISF applications by the end of the year. So staff recommends that pursuant to Rule 5D, that the board declare its intent to appropriate an ISF water right on each stream segment listed on the tabulation of in-stream flow recommendations attached to staff's memo, with the exception of the Spring Creek segment located in Montrose County, and to direct staff to publicly notice the board's declaration of its intent to appropriate. So that was all I have for the presentation. I could try to answer your questions, or have Katie Birch from CPW is here, and Roy Smith from the BLM are here to answer any questions about their recommendations as well.
Thank you, Rob. Director Brown?
Thank you. I have a comment about outreach.
Okay.
It would be helpful to me, and and I don't want to put a lot of additional work on staff, but if we could get a list of what type of outreach is done for each of the in-stream flow recommendations, it's really helpful to be able to communicate back with our basins and just have a greater understanding of who's been contacted, how, you know, maybe you sent notices, but some people didn't receive them or say they didn't. I think it just gives us a broader understanding of what that outreach looks like. And for some of our basins, if there's any lacking, and I'm not saying there are, but it helps us support you in the long run, and it helps us support our basins and their concerns that they may or may not have with these ISF recommendations.
I totally appreciate that, and we can totally provide that to you. It is our biggest challenge, trying to find the right people to contact about these in-stream flows. We don't want it to be a mystery that these are going on, so the more precise and better the contact is better, and us providing you with the information of who we've contacted may help you with that as well. So I can totally provide that too.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Did you have a follow-up?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
And I really appreciated that you and Linda both joined the White River Conservation District meeting a couple weeks ago in Meeker. And I thought it was, you know, as part of my comment there, really interesting to see, you know, how many people had questions. Like, still, we have a lot of people that don't fully understand the program and what we do for outreach. So that's kind of where that's coming from, is that when we have a running list, it's always great when we're out and about in our communities to be able to kind of, you know, make a plug or give you feedback on that. So I really appreciate you being open to it.
Director Schwartz.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I again appreciate the opportunity to have you come. I know when Linda came to Carbondale not long ago, but they said, oh, if we could only have had a video of that presentation, because now we get it what an in-stream flow is. So you may want to have maybe a YouTube or something, because there are only so many places you can go. But now, will you be having a list of these potential in-stream flows available on the website, or how are you going about that? You're sending out a list of notices. Will it also be posted, or is it just part of the agenda?
Yeah, there's a couple different things. So one, there is in your packet attached to the memo is the list of the 6 in-stream flows we're asking you to take action on today. Yeah. We'll have those posted on our website, and then in the notice that we provide, we'll also have a list of those and direct people to the website as well. And then coming on Wednesday, we'll have the in-stream flow workshop, where we'll be receiving new recommendations from outside entities that staff will just then initially start working on, and we'll send a notice out about those in March for work that we may ask the board to take action on in 2021. It's hard to think that far ahead.
Well,
but
anytime you're putting together those lists, and, you know, again, following up on Director Brown's comment that maybe identifying where you'll be and looking for input with regard to those different in-stream flow proposals.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments for Rob or Roy or Katie? Okay. Did you already read staff recommendation?
I did. I can read it again, though, if you want me to.
I guess we have staff recommendation. I would entertain a motion. Anyone? Director Schwartz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we approve staff recommendation for agenda item number 10, 2020 in-stream flow appropriations and water divisions 2, 4, and 6.
It's been moved by Director Schwartz and seconded by Director Goebel to approve staff recommendation on agenda item 10. Is there any discussion of the motion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you.
Okay. We are on to agenda item 11, which is the Colorado Water Trust request for water update.
Good afternoon, Linda Bassi with the Stream and Lake Protection Section. I'm just up here to introduce Tony LaGreca. He is a project manager for Colorado Water Trust, and he is here to give you an update on the request for water process and how it worked in 2019 and looking ahead. So I will let Tony take it away. And this is an informational item with no action required.
Thank you, Linda. Tony, thanks for being here. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Hi, thank you. I'm Tony LaGreca, Project Manager with the Colorado Water Trust, and thanks for your time today. I wanted to give you an update on the request for water process that we work on in partnership with the CWCB, and I'll get right into it. So a little background for those of you who may not know, the request for water process is sort of the front door for the CWCB and the Colorado Water Trust to bring on board new acquisition projects. It's a partnership between the two entities, and it's designed to give a strategic approach to that effort. We start with a solicitation in January. We have an open period until June where we take in projects, evaluate them, and decide on which projects to move forward. It also has a main goal of providing outreach and education to water users across the state about the different in-stream flow tools available to them. It's a pilot process. It was started in 2018. We are now entering year 3. So again, I mentioned we start the process in January, and in 2019, we started in January through June. We gave presentations across the state, primarily at Basin Roundtable meetings, but also at State of the River meetings and at Colorado Water Congress. We were unable to get to all of the Basin Roundtables last year due to scheduling, and we are hoping to rectify that this year and make sure we have reached all of the Basin Roundtables. So if we missed you, we're sorry. We also do conference tabling. We held a statewide webinar that was well attended for a water webinar by a small nonprofit. We got a lot of additional views of our recordings. We hit email, newsletters, blogs, and notices. So we tap in with our email network, the CWCB and WECO's networks to get those out, and we got over 5,000 impressions. We ended up with a TV spot on Grand Junction local television last year. It was very short, but we got one. And one of the ways we track our sort of outreach success is with our with our hits to our Request for Water webpage. So there's a graph along the bottom there just showing the hits that we got to our webpage. We had over 351 unique views, and we had spikes sort of concurrent with our outreach efforts in Basin Roundtables or with our webinar. So what did all of this outreach bring us as far as projects in 2019? We had 27 water rights offered. We had 10 different owners for those water rights, and we hit most of the divisions, all but Division 3. So we had most of our offers come in during the offer period. Our offer period's open until the end of June. We actually had them all come in. In 2018, we had a shorter offer period, and we found that most of our offers came in after the official period was closed, so we decided to accommodate that and just open up our offer period a little bit more. So a little comparison of the projects that were brought in through that process from 2018 to 2019. 2018 again being the first year of the process. We brought in 25 offers of water rights from 21 different entities. It was primarily irrigation water rights. Project-wise, what we moved forward with in 2018 were 2 water conservation programs, and we enacted one of them. We're still kind of working out the kinks on another one. One thing to note, out of those 2018 projects, one project that was reviewed and ultimately we decided not to move forward with the project has come back to us, and it's been retooled a little bit with a little bit of different logistics, and it's actually turning into a really good project for us. So just because we just because we don't move forward with a project in 1 year doesn't mean that project might not come back to us later. So we feel like this outreach and this process is important to getting projects in the pipeline. 2019, 27 water rights, a few more water rights, only 10 entities, so it was a little bit different in the number of water rights owners that reached out to us. Again, primarily irrigation water rights with some storage. We have a lot more projects moving forward after our 2019 request for water. We had 2 permanent acquisitions that are moving forward, one that's moving towards a more permanent project, And we have 3 projects that we're still in the process of developing and designing and moving forward with. So, what are we going to do this year in 2020? As I mentioned, we will be officially kicking off the request for water process. My colleague Nikki O'Hara will be at the in-stream flow workshop giving a presentation, so hopefully you can catch that. We will be giving public presentations again, so the major bullet points on here, we'll be giving public presentations, doing conference tabling, going to statewide webinars and email newsletters, and etc. However, we've this year tried to change our focus a little bit with our outreach. Last year we did basin roundtables, bigger state meetings. We're hoping to do, now that we've gotten the word out to the bigger audience, we want to try and do a little more focused outreach. So we're looking to see if we can work with NGOs, land trusts, statewide, or leaders of stream management plans, or IMWPs. And we're trying to see if we can get connected with people who are already doing boots on the ground work, potentially developing projects that will need our services moving forward to make them happen. So that's a focus for us this year, and we'll be going around the state and making that outreach effort. So last slide here for you all. Request for Water has been successful. We've built some structure around the acquisition process that has, internally for staff, both of the Water Trust and the CWCB, given us some structure and a way to move forward better. We've been really successful in reaching out and reaching water users, and we want to keep doing that and keep getting better at that. So we will be hitting that effort really hard again this year. And it's also been generating projects for us. It's been generating better projects as we move forward, and I think it will continue to in the future. Most important is we already have our first offer for 2020. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tony. Are there any questions for Tony? Director Brown.
Thank you. That was very helpful. I had a question, broader picture. I noticed that the Water Trust is doing some outreach and Q&A on Proposition DD and demand management, drought contingency planning. And I was wondering how you see those programs fitting into the work that you do in the long run, and if there's going to be some connection there between what you're answering on those programs and what you plan to do with water acquisitions.
You're talking about like our Q&A sessions that we have on our website?
Yes.
I can't speak too much to those. I'm not on those specifically, but I think these broader, larger statewide policy changes and efforts that are going on are always going to be connected to us, because it's a discussion about how we use water, where we use water, and what opportunities there are to use water differently. And I think the Water Trust is always going to be central to those type of questions, and trying to see if how we can work within the framework that exists and the changes that are made to protect stream flows in stream.
Director Hawkins.
Thanks, Tony. That was very helpful. I had a question about some of the sort of numbers you had for the last couple of years. Does that include projects that come in, maybe not through the request for proposal projects, but any projects that come into the CWCB that are sort of acquisition projects over the year, or is this just the specific responses to that proposal process?
So we have a broad net. Some of these projects that we're counting haven't come in directly through our request for water portal. They haven't filled out the form to us, but we have had projects that haven't come through directly through our portal, but have been inspired or sort of the impetus to reach out to us has come through that outreach. So we consider those requests for water projects, the projects that we bring in the door, and even if they don't come through our specific web portal.
Okay. I'd be interested in seeing the numbers, and it could be next year. I don't need to see them immediately, but getting a sense of what's coming through the request process and what's coming in generally into the CWCB's program. I'm assuming that you guys help track both of those things for us?
Yes, and I don't have those numbers off the top of my head, but I could get those for you.
Yeah. just helpful for context about sort of the size of the program and what's coming in through this would be helpful.
Certainly.
Any additional questions? Great. Thank you for being here. Thanks for that update.
Excellent. Thank you all very much for your time.
Thanks. All right, we are to agenda item 12, which is the Water Plan Grant Program funding update. Lauren.
Hi, this is Lauren Riss with CWCB staff, and this is going to be a relatively quick item, so I don't have a slide show. You'll just have to look at me. Sorry. So this item is in response to our conversation at the November board meeting, where we brought to you our staff recommendations related to the Water Plan Grant Program, and we saw more than double the request for grant funding in the Engagement and Innovation grant category, if you will recall that conversation. And as a result of that agenda item, we said we would come back to the board at this meeting and revisit our recommendation for how to handle the general fund appropriation that we received last legislative session. So just a quick reminder, in addition to the $7 million that we appropriated through the construction fund to put towards this grant program, we also received $8.3 million general fund. And last May, staff brought to you a recommendation to try and put a little bit of structure around that general fund, that we split that and just allocate the first $3 million for this grant cycle and divvy up that $3 million across the 4 highest demand categories, which did not include the Engagement and Innovation grant category. So rather than get into this pickle again and try and estimate what we're going to see into the future, this staff recommendation is that the board make the remaining approximately $5.3 million in general fund available immediately to the Water Plan Grant Program, and to direct staff to allocate that between the grant categories in a manner that is responsive to the needs that is demonstrated by the grant applications. And of course, we will continue to recommend grant awards on a competitive basis to projects that best meet the goals and objectives of the water plan. So what this would allow us to do then is to use that 5.3 remaining general fund and allocate that, or make recommendations to allocate that to you in our May, do I have that right? May board meeting. In response to the applications that we see. And so I believe Ben Wade has had conversations with all of the applicants to the Engagement and Innovation grant category from our last grant cycle. And he has had confirmation from all but one of them that they do intend to reapply for our February 1 grant round. And so we will likely see a number of those folks again in May. Questions?
Are there questions for Lauren? Director Brody.
Thank you, Lauren, for your update. I guess I have a general question about how you do that cross-category allocation. So how do you compare submittals that come in one category against another submittal from a completely different category in terms of weighing how to best use those funds to drive the water plan goals? I'm just curious about how you approach that.
So for the last grant cycle that we were just in, the only category that was oversubscribed was the Engagement Innovation grant category. If you'll recall, we had a pretty hefty balance remaining in all of the other grant categories. So in that situation, I think it would be fairly easy to shift some of that general fund into the category that was receiving the most applications. And remember that there is a distinction between how we handle the construction fund appropriation from the general fund. So the construction fund is appropriated different amounts to each of those categories. So this would just apply to the 5.3 general fund. And I think if we were in a situation where we received an oversubscription to all of the different grant categories, and we did have to do that cross-category comparison, we would look at the criterion guidelines that we've put together for the grant program, and primary among those is projects that best meet the goals and objectives of the water plan and the basin implementation plans, because that's what this grant program is all about. And so the priority would go to those projects and programs that make the most progress on the water plan goals.
Director Hawkins?
Thanks. I had a couple of questions. So if we were to release this funding, what would we anticipate seeing in May? I'm just sort of trying to wrap my head around, how we can sort of be reviewing and thinking about this, given that there isn't a specific allocation per sort of bucket.
So in terms of what you would see in May, I think we will see some new grant applications specific to that category, for example, and we will also likely see some additional or some of the repeat applicants from the last grant cycle that we'll put in for additional funding. We do our best to kind of have our finger on the pulse of what we're going to see come in from each of the different categories in those communities, but it's not a perfect science, so I can't tell you exactly how that's going to pan out, but we have about, just based on the last grant cycle, we had about, $500,000 requested in that grant category that went unfunded. So, I would expect to see close to that coming in.
And if I may, my other question was, we've had at least some informal advice to applicants to not ask for something that would take more than 50% of the available funds in a category. So how would that advice change, especially since we have like 1 day or 2 days until the grant applications are due?
Yeah, so we've actually been shying away from saying that. That was in our first year of grant funding. We had that actually as part of the criterion guidelines, but that's no longer a part of our official criteria. So we've actually been encouraging the biggest and best projects to come forward with their request to the grant program because we do have additional funding now.
Great, and thank you for that, and I'm very supportive of trying to fund the biggest and best projects that do align the best with the implementation of the state and local plans.
Right, and we appreciate you all getting that word out too. So I do have a staff recommendation. It's in your board memo. I'm happy to read it. Staff recommends that the board make the remaining $5.3 million general fund appropriation available immediately to the water plan grant program, allocate funding between all grant categories in a manner responsive to the needs demonstrated by grant applications, and continue to recommend grant awards on a competitive basis to projects that best meet the goals and objectives of the water plan.
All right, we have staff recommendation. I'd entertain a motion. Director Yon.
I move staff recommendation on agenda item 12.
It's been moved by Director Yon and seconded by Director Brown to approve staff recommendation on agenda item 12. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed. Oh, Director Brody, sorry.
Thank you. So I'm happy to move forward with this recommendation for now. I do recall back in our Finance Committee meeting in July, there was some discussion about, what should the board's role be in setting the strategy, and particularly where we're starting to look at, how do we allocate funds across different categories, which are all important and all drive the water plan in different ways. I just want to put in a plug to hopefully have that conversation at some point in the near future to help inform how these projects are evaluated and how money is allocated.
Director Brody, if I might, the direction that we took from the Finance Committee was that the board wanted to see a more focused effort in how we develop criteria across all of our grant programs and to make that consistent. And so as the first step towards that much sort of larger discussion, we're focusing on the WSRF grant criteria because that has the most formalized structure around how that criteria is developed, working with the IBCC and this board. So that is our first step, and from the WSRF discussion, we'll then move on to our other grant programs in an effort to make those consistent and more streamlined.
Any additional discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Lauren. Okay, we are on to agenda item 13, Colorado River updates. Amy, welcome.
Thank you. Sorry, I just have to get my PowerPoint. All right, I think we're good to go. I'm Amy Ostick with the Federal and Interstate Water Section. And I'm here today to give an update on Colorado River issues. So Director Mitchell provided a great update on the happenings at CRUA and the discussions around the 07 guidelines. So I'm really going to focus today on the demand management feasibility investigation. Where do I point this? Okay. All right, we're off to a bit of a rough start today. So to start, I'm going to provide some updates on the work underway pursuant to the 2019 Demand Management Work Plan that you all adopted. I'm going to provide some information on some common themes that we're seeing arise in the demand management discussion. And then I'll provide an update on coordination with the other upper basin states. And finally, I'll talk about some of the next steps for the board to consider. Although today there is no board action being requested, this is just an update, but kind of want to lay out the path forward for you all. So I've found that in talking about demand management across the state, it's always good to begin with a definition of what we're talking about. So in case you haven't all heard this a million times before, the idea of demand management is reductions in consumptive use on a temporary, voluntary, and compensated framework. So as you all likely recall, the Drought Contingency Plan, and specifically the Demand Management Storage Agreement and the DCP, provided the opportunity to begin discussions around whether demand management might be feasible in the upper basin. I want to be clear that it did not set up a demand management program. It rather just began the discussion of whether this might be a tool that we can add to our toolkit to help with compact compliance. So the Demand Management Storage Agreement sets up a 500,000 acre foot cap of storage water in Lake Powell that we can have access to if and only if, like I said, the upper basin states all agree that it makes sense to set up a demand management program in the upper basin. So like I said, there are a lot of things that really need to happen before we could get to a point of actually setting up a demand management program. We are very much only in that first box of the feasibility analysis. So once all the other upper division states and Colorado, if we choose to do so, agree that a demand management program would be feasible and advisable in the upper basin, we then have to do the hard work of actually setting up that program. So that's in that second, I guess they're both kind of green box there. We would need to reach agreement with the Secretary of Interior, and we'd also need to consult with the lower basin states. And as you may recall, a big thing that we got out of the Demand Management Storage Agreement is the ability to store water in Lake Powell that would be invisible to the 07 guidelines. So the lower basin states are going to be interested in how we're accounting for that and how we're doing that. And finally, there would just be that final round of approvals that would need to happen before we set it up. Another thing I found it's good to include in all demand management presentations is kind of just an outline of what we're doing and what we're not doing. So we're not setting up a demand management program right now. I think it's just important to bring that reminder to every presentation we give. It's not a foregone conclusion. We don't know if this is going to happen. We're really just in the initial stages of looking at whether it would be feasible. There are a lot of questions that need to be answered if we're actually going to do this. One of the big ones is, how do we get the water to Lake Powell? And you can imagine the extensive coordination among the states that would need to take place to get there. So a lot of things need to be figured out. That's only one of them. And again, we need to reach agreement with the other upper basin states on some of these key elements before we can really do anything. So each state is in the midst of their own feasibility investigations, and each state is really kind of thinking about how they need to tailor their investigation to suit their stakeholders, their water users. Everyone's thinking about what is the best way to approach this with our unique state issues in mind. And we're doing the same thing in Colorado. So you may recall in November 2018, the board adopted the support and policy statement for the DCP and the demand management investigation. But the meat of what that investigation would actually look like and the framework for doing that was really provided in the 2019 work plan. And we're halfway through the work of that work plan, which is why I'm here today to provide an update on how that work is going. But as a reminder, there are 3 key elements of that work plan: There are work groups, workshops, and continued education and outreach. And really I feel like I've said this a few times today and many times in the last month and the last year. But the purpose of this feasibility investigation is just to look at those big picture threshold issues, and that's really the stage we're in right now. So the work groups, the workshops, all of this is aimed at looking at and framing these big questions that would need to be answered before we can really answer the question of whether demand management would be feasible and advisable in Colorado. So the first element of the work plan are these work groups. Now these are groups of about 8 to 10 people. They're subject matter experts, they're stakeholders, they're people who have an understanding and interest in Colorado River issues. Now the work plan directed that they have 4 meetings before June 2020. Most of the work groups have met at least twice, going on 3 times. And we anticipate that all of them will meet at least 4 times before June 2020, and some of them are talking about even meeting more times than that. So I'm now going to provide a bit of an update on what each of the work groups is talking about. So the funding work group to start, obviously they're really focused on how much money do we need for this type of program? How much would it cost? How much water are we talking about, and how much would it cost to create that much water? One thing that the funding work group identified early on is that it's difficult to talk about all of this without having some kind of parameters on the discussion. Now there are some parameters, as I said, that are laid out in the demand management storage agreement, like that 500,000 acre foot cap on storage. But beyond that, how do we even begin to think about how much water will cost, what time frame we're talking about, and how much water Colorado would actually be interested in putting into that demand management storage pool? So they have worked out this scenario planning concept, which has kind of helped them frame the issues and kind of begin to have those discussions. The economics and local government work group, there's a lot of discussion in their early meetings about how we hear a lot about the burdens of demand management, how this is going to be a burden on certain parts of the state. And their approach was, why are we framing this as a burden? It's a potential tool in our toolkit, right, for compact compliance, and we're only going to do it if we figure out how to make it work for Colorado. So instead of thinking about it as a burden, how do we think about this differently as a net positive for the state? If we're going to create a program, how do we do it in a way that's beneficial for us, which is really the entire idea. It's the reason we're talking about this. And part of that kind of dovetails with what the Ag Impacts Group is talking about, which is what are the potential adverse impacts of a demand management program? We recognize that as individuals, people will likely only choose to participate if it makes sense for them and their operation and their bottom line. But if there are adverse impacts created to communities, how do we begin to address those? Or how do we create a program that doesn't have them in the first place? So to kind of, build off of that, the Ag Impacts Work Group has been talking about how do we identify and mitigate those potential adverse impacts. The Ag Impacts Group has also been talking about data gaps that exist and how to maybe address those data gaps, whether a pilot at some point in the future might be helpful for that. The Environmental Work Group has been talking about how we maximize environmental benefits of a demand management program. And beyond that, what tools do we have available already to measure those benefits and to kind of set some criteria or things that we might think about with respect to environmental issues? So the Education Outreach Group, I think when you talk to a lot of people about demand management, they say, well, it sounds great, but how do we define all these terms? How do we define temporary? I would like to think there's a pretty clear definition of voluntary, which is you don't do it if you don't want to. That's how I've been thinking about it. But the concept of temporary, that's something that we would need to work out. So how are we defining these terms and how are we talking about them? The Monitoring and Verification Work Group and also the Administration and Accounting Work Group kind of started with an acknowledgement that, look, there's a lot of information already out there about programs similar to this, different in very important ways, but similar, like the System Conservation Pilot Program. So where are the other situations in which we've tested the idea of temporary voluntary compensated reductions in consumptive use? And how did we deal with things like monitoring and verification in those settings, or administration? So they've kind of taken the approach of, let's learn from what we've already done and then kind of figure out what the next steps could be. And then the law and policy group, so this is, I think, the one group who's only met one time so far. And the reason for that is they really wanted to see what the other work groups were doing so that they could kind of take that in and frame the issues based on that. So they're kind of taking a step back and looking at these big picture legal and policy threshold issues that we'll need to think about as we move forward. So a reminder that all of these work group meetings have been open to the public. There's an opportunity for public comment at the end of each meeting. And we're also posting report outs from each meeting to the website. So check out the website if you'd like to read more about what the work groups are doing. There's also a schedule of all the upcoming meetings there as well. So, excuse me, a few of the common themes that have come up in the work group meetings, and I guess I should clarify, these are not just themes that have come up in the work group meetings, but also just in the broader demand management discussion across the state. The first one is we don't want to reinvent the wheel. So like I said, there's a lot of work that's already been done on similar concepts. So to that end, we are working on getting a consultant under contract to help us with a literature review, to kind of help us understand the universe of existing knowledge and also identify some of the data gaps that might exist. The next, which I already kind of talked about, is how are we defining these terms? And that's important as we move forward. We want to make sure that we're all speaking the same language, that we're talking about the same thing, and that we're all kind of at a common place of understanding. And again, this idea of creating a net positive program. So how do we shift the dialogue from creating burdens to, if we're going to do this, if we're going to talk about this, let's focus on how to make it something that works for us. Also, the idea of, I guess there's been some confusion around differentiating between a voluntary kind of proactive program like demand management and a potential curtailment. So we've tried to be really careful about delineating those two and talking about what the differences between those are. The whole reason for thinking about demand management is, again, to potentially add a tool to our toolkit to prevent a mandatory curtailment, to give people the flexibility to participate in a program if they want to that could create a safety net so that we're never in that situation. And then what are the data gaps and how should we address them, which kind of fits into that literature review, looking at what we already know and what we don't know and thinking about the next steps for how to address those knowledge gaps. And again, what are the parameters we're working within? So when we're thinking about this, the universe is pretty big, and we've been pretty clear that at this point in the feasibility investigation, a lot of things are on the table. So we do have some restrictions in the storage agreement and otherwise, but how do we begin thinking about this if we don't at least plug some things into a scenario or something like that to begin to conceptualize this and talk specifics? And finally, this question of what is equity? So as you all may recall, the work plan directs us to think about the demand management investigation in terms of ensuring that there aren't any adverse impacts created to one particular sector of the state. And what that kind of comes down to is this concept of equity. So there have been a lot of discussions around equity and what it means and how we achieve it, and the IBCC has been extremely helpful in framing some of these issues, and we're having an ongoing discussion there about this. But I just kind of wanted to highlight that this is a challenging concept and a challenging issue to wrap our minds around, because there are a lot of different ways to think about equity. You can think about it as no sector being disproportionately impacted, or no geographic region being disproportionately impacted. But then when you think about the idea of a voluntary program in which everyone is allowed to participate, assuming they meet the criteria of the program, how do you reconcile those ideas? So we do not have any answers to these questions at this time, and I don't know how that discussion will develop, but it's an ongoing discussion. It's important. So the next big part of the work plan are these regional workshops. And really the purpose of these is to provide an opportunity for those who might not be on a work group or might not otherwise be engaged in the demand management discussion to come out, hear a report out of what we've been doing, and provide feedback on what we're doing. So the first one was held in August. The second one will actually be held on Wednesday. And what we're really hoping to focus on there, one thing at least, is to get some ideas about how to effectively outreach and communicate across the state. So we've been doing a lot of work there, which I'll get into in a second, but we recognize that not everyone has been involved in this discussion. So how do we get those who feel like they've been left out or who haven't known exactly how to get involved, how do we get them involved in the discussion and make sure everyone is included? So another element of the work plan is this continued education and outreach. And I think I can speak for Brent and say that I don't think he ever said no to an opportunity to speak about demand management. And I can say that since he left, I have not either. So we have been out across the state. Anytime that we, get a request to go talk about this to people, we try to make it work. We recognize that this is just a really, really important element of this discussion. So if you all have any ideas about how to better reach people or messages that might not quite be getting across or other forums to consider, please let us know. So there are a lot of ways, aside from those meetings and the workshops, to get involved. We've set up a demand management email address, so people can email us anytime with thoughts or comments. We have a demand management website that's linked from our main page. There are report outs from all the work group meetings. There are locations, agendas for the upcoming meetings. And again, those are all open to the public, so we would encourage people to come and share their thoughts. And finally, we have the regional workshops, and we look forward to holding the next one on Wednesday. And one thing I'll mention about that as well, so all of the work groups are actually going to provide an update. Each one has identified a spokesperson to provide an update from their own work group. So I'm looking forward to having someone other than me talk about demand management. I think it'll be a great opportunity to hear what they're all working on. So to take a step back, I wanted to talk a little bit about what the next steps are. As for us in Colorado, we'll continue the work under the work plan. The work groups are continuing to meet, but we plan to come back to you in this summer, and maybe seek some guidance on the next steps. So, I'm planning to provide a more comprehensive report out on what the work groups have been doing and thinking about. That's just something to be prepared for. But the other upper basin states are all in the midst of their own feasibility investigations. And we all need to reach agreement before we take the next step, if we're going to. So we are in close coordination with the other upper basin states as they do their own feasibility analyses. But we kind of need to make sure that we're keeping pace to some extent with the other states and keeping coordinated. And that is all I have, but I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thanks, Amy. Are there any questions about what's going on the Colorado River? Director George.
Could you send your slides to us? It's a very good organization. Love to have that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great point. It was very, very well organized and easy to follow. So thank you for distilling down all this information for us.
Anytime. Happy to send them out.
Any additional questions or comments? Director Brown.
I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit. Do you think folks that are participating in these work groups are finding it, like the information, are they having information overload from other groups that are also doing outreach? I know there's been a couple other groups kind of set up to work on this, and I know the IBCC is working on it. I'm just kind of curious if through the grapevine, what you're hearing about how this process is unfolding. Is there anything that, like lessons learned, do you think we could think about this month before we talk about it again?
Yeah, I think, I guess I'll just start by saying I think it's great that there's so much interest and enthusiasm around demand management. We recognize that this is just something that requires a lot of participation, communication. It's fair that everyone's talking about it. That being said, yeah, I think that there is some potential to cause some kind of confusion about who's doing what and, and what's going on and what meetings people should be going to, because there are a lot of demands on their time. I know that. So to the extent that we can be, clear going forward about CWCB really leading the feasibility investigation and people fitting into the process that we've set out, we can certainly kind of try to incorporate that. But I do, yes, your point is taken that I think that there is confusion around who's doing what. So thank you for bringing that up.
Any additional questions or comments? Director Goebel.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And thanks, Amy. That was great. And I think it's important to keep drawing the line between curtailment and demand management, because I know in my basin roundtable there's been some confusion there, like one might take the place of the other or something like that. Just one question. Do you have a sense for, you said other states are working on similar projects or similar feasibility analysis. Are they taking the same approach, or are they going at it in a different way? And do they call it demand management or something else?
So I'll start with the last question, which is demand management. That phrase comes from the Demand Management Storage Agreement. So we're all speaking the same language. We're all calling it demand management. But the states are taking kind of their own individual unique approaches. I think that a lot of the states saw what we were doing and were like, oh, we should maybe start thinking about doing something like that. I don't think that the other states have kind of organized it in the same way that we have, and I think it's, in some cases, slightly more informal outreach with the channels that work for them. They are engaged in the discussion, but not exactly in the same way that we are.
Okay. Director Anderson.
The one question I get is schedule. I guess my question is how long are we going to go through the work group process, and any of your thoughts there? I realize that's a difficult issue to try to figure out, Amy, but maybe your thoughts on that.
That's a really great question, and honestly, it's very difficult to answer at this point. We recognize this is very important work, and it requires a very thorough and methodical approach. So we're, at this point, really trying to take our time and kind of be in the moment that we're in right now with the work groups. That being said, we'll have to talk about that this summer, about what you all think about the next steps. I don't know. I wish I could provide a more exact response, but a lot of discussion around things like this, it's sometimes driven by hydrology. So this could take a more urgent tone if we start to see things go south in certain ways, but I really don't know. It's a developing discussion, and I think that we'll have some important things to consider come the summer.
Okay. Anything else? Thanks for that update, and thanks for all your hard work, Amy. We appreciate it. Okay. With that, we are on to agenda item 14. Director Weiser, welcome. Thank you for joining us. We really appreciate having you here. I will let you I'll let you and Councilor Beatty lead us on items 14 and 15. Do you have anything to say?
Amy just asked me, do I have anything to say? And what I have to say is it's always a pleasure to be here, and we really have been working as a great team. Glad to see lawyers in our office working so closely with the board, with our state engineer. We are facing some real challenges. I thought Amy put it well, and we want to be getting out ahead of them. And that's something that we're taking seriously in our office. If you all have thoughts about how we can do that better, definitely want to hear from you. We're only going to see a little bit of what we see, but it's really important that we get the visibility, which is why it's great to have this institution bring the whole state together. So great to be here, proud to be working with all of you, and I will turn it over to our great Deputy Attorney General Beatty.
All right. Hi, everybody. It has occurred to me in questions in passing with talking to folks that there are still some questions about how the Attorney General's office is structured and who your lawyers are sometimes. So I thought that I might actually start introducing the lawyers that you may be less familiar with when they're here, so that you know who they are and the capacity in which they work with you. So I'm the Deputy Attorney General, and in that role, I have an oversight responsibility for the natural resources and environmental work of the Colorado agencies with a primary purview of natural resources and environmental activities. And then our section is divided into 8 different units, and you have Jen Mealy, who comes here, and she's the Water Conservation Unit First Assistant Attorney General, and has line lawyers reporting to her that work with you on intrastate water issues and your entire team. And then there's Karen Kwan, and she is your First Assistant Attorney General, and she works on federal and interstate matters, and she works on federal interstate matters both for the State Engineer's Office and the CWCB, and also on behalf of the state of Colorado. She too oversees a team of attorneys, and here today is Lane Leoniak. I saw her. She must have stepped out, but she is on what we call the Colorado River subunit. So she works on federal and interstate matters that pertain to the Colorado River. So I thought it would be helpful just to continually remind folks of how we're structured. And lately I've been running around handing out our org chart, and it's not the sexiest thing in the world, but it's really funny when I hand it to someone and they're like, "Oh, this is amazing, thank you so much." So just occasionally going to update you on org chart matters so that you know who you're talking to when you're talking to folks. So, and then moving on to our report. The Attorney General's report is in your materials. Our team is here, and we're happy to answer any questions you have on the report that are public or for public consideration before we move into executive session. So are there any questions about the report that we should discuss publicly? There's Lane. Wave hi. I introduced you. Okay, so seeing no questions, we'll now move to executive session. I'd love a motion to go into executive session to consider items 15A1 and 15A3. Recall, we deleted 15A2 from the board's agenda. This executive session is authorized pursuant to the provisions of section 24(6), 402, 3A2, and 3 of the Colorado Revised Statutes and other laws that allow the board to enter into executive session for specific purposes. Do we have a motion?
It's been moved by Director Brody and seconded by Director Goebel to go into executive session. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote. All those in favor signify by saying yes. What? Director Trick.
I just wanted to say I appreciate a good org chart, so if you have one of those, I will gladly take it.
Oh, beautiful. All right, well then I'll just circulate it to the whole board when after the meeting.
Okay.
It's a special kind of nerdy.
Now we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We are now in executive session.
story again and again and again.
And it's interesting you say that because after I started putting effort into this, and I thought about Serene saying Montezuma County says they do not want to get behind demand management until they know what it looks like. And now I feel comfortable going to her and saying, invite me back. I'll do it again.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Just plan on it.
Yeah. and I'll hit a couple stops along the way.
Oh, good. I think that's what's called for, and I think it's time.
I just felt like
We are back. We are out of executive session. We are assuming regular session. We are at item 16, our report from executive session. Council.
Hello, all of you people out there in recording land, telebroadcast land. We're now at item 16, the report from executive session. Pursuant to statute, the board went into executive session to consider agenda items 15A1 and 3. Discussion during executive session was limited to those items, and no formal action was taken. We are now out of executive session.
All right, we have reached recess. We will convene tomorrow morning for agenda item 17 at 8:30 a.m. Everybody have a great evening.
Thank you.